Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our January the 20th, 26th regular council meeting. I will call the meeting to order. First item is the adoption of the agenda. Does anyone have any additions or deletions to the agenda? Seeing none, I'll ask for a motion. Councillor Boniface.
Oh, sorry. We're online, aren't we? Okay, sorry. I'd like to make a motion to adopt the January 20th, 26th agenda regular council meeting.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Today, our first is a delegation from the Rocky Trail Blazers Recreation Hockey League. Please, come on up. Welcome. Just push the little button in front of you for the mic. There we go. Perfect.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor and Council, for having us today as a delegation. What a great community that we have to live in and to be able to have a variety of winter sports to choose from. So we're here just to request for the ice allocation policy to be updated. So we're going to go through a really quick PowerPoint presentation and then, of course, be able to answer any questions at the end. So I just wanted to talk about who we are. So next slide, please, there. We're a 100% volunteer organization. There are no paid positions, so everything we do is out of the goodness of our hearts, whether it be the coaches, managers, the folks that serve on the board as well. So we are a recreation hockey organization serving the Rocky Mountain House area, and we're officially sanctioned by Hockey Alberta. So we're a provider of inclusive, affordable, and fun hockey for ages 5 through 18, and we support approximately 165 players each season across 8 to 10 teams, which is an increase from the 120 players when the ice allocation was developed back in 2021. We are one of the most affordable hockey organizations. We charge about $400 per player, which makes it very accessible for local families. Next slide, please. So the purpose of Hockey Alberta, this is right from Hockey Alberta there. I'm not going to go through all of them in detail, but it's basically to provide a variety of options for people to participate in the game. We get a lot of folks that want to play hockey, but they're intimidated. Maybe they haven't skated before, maybe they want to get into it a little later in life. Rec hockey provides that platform for them to be able to do that. So we provide a welcoming, safe, and engaging environment for youth. The other thing too is we still follow all the rules there, but we do have slight modifications there. And what we want to do is be able to enhance hockey skills, because at one time or another we all end up in the same place, which is playing senior hockey. Some just get there a little sooner than others. Next slide. So the structure of rec hockey, it is outlined by Hockey Alberta. We don't get to pick and choose the rules there. So they call it the play hockey model. So the play hockey model has 3 streams in it. They have learn to play, pond hockey, and rec hockey. So we are rec hockey, which is halfway in between pond hockey and minor hockey. So it still provides a little bit of compete level, but some of the structure that's modified is we don't have any hitting, slap shots, and that kind of stuff. The other thing too is it ensures that we have safe opportunities and moderate to low time and financial commitment. As you saw with the fees, we're pretty affordable there. Too. So this is an alternative for those not otherwise able to afford or play other streams of hockey too. Next slide, please. So just a bit of the history with rec hockey. So it used to be run by the town of Rocky Mountain House administrative staff, and then around 2018 it transitioned to a volunteer board, and then we became registered as a society in 2019. And then shortly after that, we became sanctioned through Hockey Alberta. So it's one of those things that's grown in the last few years. And the other thing too is provincially, it is growing 700% last season. And it sounds pretty substantial, but a lot of it is some of these non-sanctioned rec hockey leagues joined Hockey Alberta, and then some of the bigger cities, Edmonton, Calgary, and Red Deer, they're lower tiered groups in minor hockey. They felt that rec hockey was more appropriate there. The teams that we play within Central Alberta that are sanctioned is Alex, Cochrane, Cremona, Didsbury, Nehill, Sundre, and Sylvan Lake, and as you can see, Rocky Mountain House falls in there. So it's a great group, great community. Travel is pretty low there too. I think the furthest we go is Knee which is just under 2 hours away in Torrington. And really where I want to spend the rest of our time is talking about the current challenges. Next slide, please. So the current challenges is we do have an outdated policy. So it is outdated and it leads to biased distribution of ice times. The town administrative staff are restricted by this rule. These rules, making fair management difficult. So I want to reiterate, this is not the administration's fault. They're doing the best they can. They're following the policy, which is what they need to do as administrative staff. The other thing too is our growth is not reflected in the policy too. So this was last updated in June 2021. Before we were sanctioned by Hockey Alberta, and in fact this year we had to turn away several players. And I never want to turn away players from playing, but we only have so much ice time to go around. And the other part that we're challenged with is there's limited prime ice times for our organization. So when you look at trying to find coaches or other teams coming from out of time, it makes it a little bit tough for many folks here too. Tournaments are great. We love tournaments. We host one every year, which brings quite a few folks into the community. But when we do have tournaments, because a lot of the times allocated to us are on Friday evenings and early Saturday mornings, sometimes it can result in several days, and like this year, 10 to 12 days before our players are able to get on the ice too, which makes it difficult for many teams. We do have some unfilled game slots, so generally what we try doing is using game slots like those weekends, Saturdays and Sundays for other people to come in, and our times are earlier in the morning. And when I say earlier in the morning, I'm talking like 7:45, 8 o'clock. So we're not talking like 6, 7 a.m. But when you look at 7:45, 8 o'clock, you have to account for a half hour for a child to get dressed, plus the travel time for them to come here too. So trying to get a kid out of bed at 5, 6 in the morning is difficult on most days too. So because of this, like I coached the under 8 kids, the little guys there. Our last game that we played was actually January 4th because we were not able to find any of the other communities willing to come for that 8 o'clock time. They're already taken a few of those times, and we try working with the closer teams like Sylvan Lake and Sundre there, but they only can take so many of them too. So that's a bit challenging there. The other thing too is we have standards set by Hockey Alberta that we're really struggling to meet. So that's the practice to game time. So what they recommend for practice to games is 1-to-1 for the younger kids, like that's our under 8 and under 11. And then 1 game to 2 practices, or 1 practice to 2 games for the older groups, which is the U14 and U18. We find challenges with the current ice allocation policy because prime ice times for minor hockey is offered first through the Central Alberta Hockey League, known as CAL, and then underfilled slots, which they don't fill, they'll release back to their arena for distribution. But by the time they get released back, that's generally after our schedules are set with the other leagues. So we all meet at the end of October every year because game times start in November there. And so when we go there, all the other towns have ice times, and they have beautiful ice times, whether it be going to Torrington, Sundre, Sylvan Lake, which offers both rec hockey and minor hockey. They have beautiful ice times, and then we're there. I'm like, anybody want to come to Rocky Mountain House for 8 o'clock? And we're struggling to fill those there too. And then the other thing too with programming is we do have more minor sports organizations than some of the other communities. However, the other communities have other challenges too. They have this newer thing, I would say, is these hockey super leagues or premier hockey leagues for younger folks that are starting to jump into other communities. So these are non-sanctioned organizations, non-sanctioned Hockey Alberta organizations there too. Just looking at the schedule, if everyone can see there, if you look at the Baby Blue, that's the ice times that were allocated during the week. So as you can see, Mondays and Wednesdays are those 4:15 times. And it makes it really difficult for our coaches. Myself, I have to take time off work to be able to go there too. And again, I'm not saying that we won't take any 4:15 times. I'm looking at just if these things can be allocated a little bit more fairly too. So that, as you can see, there is lots of ice time. We're just trying to find it a little bit, allocated a little bit more fairly too. We were fortunate enough to pick up that Thursday slot, which has been wonderful too. So I just want to thank administration for helping us there. But I do think there is a ways to go with trying to distribute this a little bit more fairly. If you look at the weekend slot there too, if you look at, again, that Baby Blue, that's the Rocky Trailblazers. We have all those early mornings, so we don't have any of the later times during the day too. So, for example, this last weekend when we came off our practice, because we had to turn it into practice because we couldn't find anyone there, we saw their shinny hockey offered at 10 o'clock. I'm like, well, why couldn't we have that slot and then shinny hockey have 10? And believe me, we took advantage of the shinny hockey. There's 5 players on the ice, all from the Rocky Trailblazers, and I love being able to pay $2.25 for a kid to go have an extra hour of ice. So definitely, I think there's some room for improvement there. If we go to the next slide there, look at the ice allocation policy, we're that number 5 priority. So when you look at that weekend slot, it might seem a little concerning, but again, the town administration staff are doing exactly what they're to do, which is to follow the policy. And if you can see that with the 3rd and 4th priorities is the sanctioned adult hockey leagues and sanctioned minor hockey league games take precedence over us. So that's where the challenge is there too. So when you look at that 5th priority, it makes it a little bit challenging when we're asking for better times as well. As you can see by other community ice policies there too, for example with Sylvan Lake, they don't differentiate between rec and minor hockey or figure skating. All the local minor sporting organizations are the same priority, and that's what we're really seeking, is a little bit of fairness and equity there for our organization. I threw some of the other towns on there as well, just to get a little bit of a variety from what I can find online too there. So our request is fairly simple. Next slide. Is we're looking for a fair share of prime ice times. So being able to have a few later times on the weekend so that we can bring other people into the community. Because when we bring other people into the community, businesses thrive. That's people coming here, spending money at our local restaurants, cafeterias, and whatnot there. We're also looking for shared use of less preferential slots. What we're saying is we're okay having some of the earlier slots, but to have all of them, I think is challenging for our organization too. We're looking for equal priority for sanctioned rec hockey games as minor hockey games to allow the town administration staff to be able to allocate a little bit more fairly. And then because it's weird that we're coming to the end of our season here in about 9 weeks, but when we start preparing for the next season, it comes fairly early. So we're asking for council to sign off on a new policy by June 1st. The reason for June 1st is that's the day that opens up for registration for both minor hockey and rec hockey. And parents need to know what they're signing up for. I know that there's several parents that said to me, we would love to come to rec hockey, but your times make it really difficult and challenging for us too. And then we would like to do is have the town allocate the ice times around the same time too, because then it gives us a little bit more time to appropriate plan as well. We're not looking for everything to be rock solid in detail. We're just looking for a little bit of early planning can help things go a little bit smoother. And why it matters is it promotes fairness and inclusivity. It supports local businesses, and I think that's key here. It aligns with Hockey Alberta standards and other communities that we play against, and it strengthens community participation. And as you can see in our delegation package, we have letters of support from the other organizations that we play against, along with the Ochese Rec Hockey, or Ochese, not Ochese Recreation team as well. So with that, we would be happy to take any questions from council.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your presentations. I have some questions. Does somebody else?
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Sure. So you obviously have times that you already know that would work best for you. So, you know, I would prefer if you could leave those with us at least so that we can discuss those times and see what can make work. Is there any chance that you could be in the room with the director of recreation, with the other hockey people that use the arena, and try to come up with a consensus for times? Like, is that a possibility? Have you spoke with them saying, you know, it sure be nice if you guys would go here so we could kind of fit the kids in here and.
Yeah, so we have done that too. They have a ice users meeting like every spring as well there. The challenge is the town administration staff are bound by the policy, and everybody wants those prime ice times too. And when you look at that order of priority there, when we have one group that has preferential priority over us, and we're pushing back and they're like, no, we don't want to do that, it makes it difficult. So the first thing that we have to do before we can do that is we need to get the policy right too. We need to get it more allocated appropriately, and then I believe we can have those other discussions
Okay.
after.
Thank you. Councillor Stalker.
Thank you, Mayor Boniface. I really thank you for coming before us. I had a question on page 20, which is the one that was on the screen. Sorry that you had it on the screen. Priority 4 and priority 5. That's minor hockey, similar age kids that you're working with.
They're the same age, the exact
Okay.
same age as our
So,
kids.
I'm wondering if this is something that you've taken into consideration. So priority 4 is getting those prime ice times every Saturday that you need so people can come in. Is there, if priority 4 and 5 were the same priority, then 1 week you would have the priority on the Saturday for the prime ice times, and they would come early than the other week. Is that a solution just on a,
I think it's one of those ones, we're not asking for the world here. We understand, I'll be honest, Rocky Minor Hockey needs to succeed just as much as we need to succeed there too. We're only looking for a couple more times there too, and to be able to share a little bit too. So I don't know if it's like you have this weekend, we have the next weekend, like maybe that's a possibility, but I think it's one of those ones that when we get all in the room, they'll realize that we're not asking for the world here. We're just asking for a little bit more fairness there too.
and I think it was in there, but it slipped my mind. Minor hockey is running how many compared to what you folks are running?
So based on the numbers that we can see, they're around 190 there, and we're about 165. So we're fairly close.
Very similar.
They do have a couple more teams than us. And if you look at their model, they're about 2 and 2. So 2 practices, 2 games. With our younger kids, we're 1 practice, 1 game, and with the older ones, 1 practice, 2 games. So again, they're structured where they are going to have more ice time than we do, and we're not disputing that by any means. We're just looking for a little bit more, like I said, equity and fairness there too.
Councillor? Okay.
First of all, I'll say thank you to you guys for what you do in the community. I know better than anybody what it takes to run a minor sports association. Unfortunately, the town of Rocky Mountain House is at a crossroads where we don't have enough soccer fields, not enough baseball fields, not enough arena surfaces, and everything is growing exponentially. So over and above you and minor hockey, there's a couple other youth hockey groups. So one of the questions I ask myself right away is if one of these other hockey groups starts to grow, how are we going to squeeze in this 3rd group or perhaps this 4th group in minor hockey? I wanted to ask you, have you ever thought of amalgamating your leagues?
So that's a great question, and so we looked at that. We actually met with minor hockey there too. The challenge that we have, first off, is fees. The fees right there is probably the biggest barrier that we have as well. The other thing too is when you look at the travel time and wait time, hotel time, you name it there, That's not who we are. That's not what our principles are with rec hockey. So we're trying to have a low to moderate.
Sorry, Mr.
financial-
Shenfield, I'm gonna just cut you off because I
Okay.
think that you misunderstand my
Okay.
intent. So as president of Rocky Minor Ball, I'm also responsible for the adult slow pitch league. And 3 years ago, we took on the Rocky Fast Pitch League, Girls League. So by doing that, each group has a different pay structure, a different schedule, and even a different set of rules. But by bringing the three groups into the room for a conversation under one umbrella, it was easier to negotiate field use before presenting to the town. So as Rocky Minor Ball, I have the priority for the fields. And then from there, I was delegating out. But we work under the same umbrella, so there's not like, see, it takes some work, right? It takes some handshakes and baby kissing to get to that space. But it alleviates some of those conversations where you're waiting for Rocky Minor Hockey to throw the time back. Instead of them sending information to administration, and then administration sending you an email. You know what I mean? It opens up a conversation and a dialogue. Have you ever thought about something like that?
No, we definitely have. And if you look at where all these rec hockey organizations spawn from, it spawned from disagreements and it spawned from getting less preferential times, exactly where we are today, too. So, yeah, I think in a perfect world, that would be great. And it's not a perfect world. And we have to remember, it's not Rocky Minor's ice to be able to delegate there. This is, these facilities are paid for by all taxpayers too. And I think everybody should have the same ability to do that. I think all the organizations can work together. I'd love to be able to work together, but it's one of those ones, it's challenging. It's really challenging too. And if it was easy, you would have seen these organizations together, but it's not from a lack of trying either.
Okay. And that's the question, is had you looked at it or
Yes.
tried, right? And it doesn't take a lot of work, whether you're building up the organization from the ground or trying to negotiate with a group that already has that space, right?
Another question then, the allocation priorities that you gave to us in your package here with a concern to Rocky Mountain House's scheduling. Number 3 is sanctioned adult league hockey games.
Yes.
So you'll have to forgive me because I know absolutely nothing about sports. So,
So-
what is that?
That's the junior Bs. That's the junior B, the Rocky Rams there.
Oh,
So there,
okay.
it's defined there. And again, you're dealing with one team with the junior Bs there. I don't think it's a problem. And generally, when they want to play, like we want to play earlier in the evening, during the day or early evening, whereas they're trying to find that really prime evening time where they're bringing community and stuff like that. So I really don't have any issue with that per se. From our standpoint, because the conflicts are pretty minor there.
Okay, then. Yeah, because when I was comparing our priorities to other communities, it seemed like where your league falls in, we were kind of at priority 3.5 kind of thing, I'll say, where you're at a 5 in our community. Okay, then. You already touched on that the ice times are already set for this season, and this is an ask so that things could be ready for next season, correct?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get ahead of it now because we don't want it to come in August to be like, well, you know what, this is where we are, like we're going to go there. We want this, like we need to get this policy in place so that administration set up so that we all can have those meetings that Councillor Kalin talked about and find something where we can all work together. And I think we are pretty fortunate to have the 2 sheets of ice here when I look at the numbers and I compare ourselves to other communities. If you compare it to the big cities, like you have 30, 40,000 people per 1 sheet of ice. So we are quite fortunate to have what we have here. Would we love to see another sheet or 2 of ice? Absolutely, but we also know that that costs money as well.
The letter from the OT stated that it was difficult for them to make the afternoon times with the children not, getting out of school by 3:30, and then by the time you drive 45 to 50 minutes, depending on the road conditions and that kind of thing. So I can understand that. Is the problem, like, one of the things you said was bringing other communities to Rocky Mountain House because the ice times don't line up? So you either don't have anything at that time, or you end up having to go somewhere else to play. Is that correct?
Yeah, so generally what we'll do is we'll turn it into a practice. We'll take that slot and turn it into a practice. And again, and practices are great because anybody that's coached sports there, in a practice you get triple the ice time versus a game. You get way more touches, shots, and all that. And I love practices, but the kids also love playing games too. So when they don't want to come for an earlier time there, then it makes it difficult as well for us to be able to field teams there.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Does anyone else have any questions at all? Nothing? Well then, I thank you very much for your presentation today. It's greatly appreciated. It was very informative, actually. I actually learned a lot, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your time.
So, item 4.1 is the adoption of the previous minutes. Is there any additions or deletions to the previous minutes? And if not, could someone make the motion to accept, please? Councillor Kaelin.
I make a motion to adopt the regular council minutes of January 6, 2026.
Thank you. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Next item is 5.1 is the delegation from the Rocky Trail Blazers that we just had. Any discussions? Councillor Shippold.
Thank you, Mayor Boniface. Just a question to administration. Is this topic on the agenda for review in terms of the ice time allocation policy? And is it, they're looking for a June 1st timeline. Is it scheduled prior to June 1st?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. To Councillor Shippold, yes, we've been looking at the ice allocation policy. They're the third group that has come to council. We first had the Christian school with Mr. Duker. We've had the junior bees have come, and now the rec hockey. And our administration staff, our ice schedulers, is already working on recommended changes to the ice allocation policy. It's foremost. I've had several conversations with the rec hockey people. I'm well aware of their concerns, and we're working on that policy. The June timeline for getting a new policy before council should not be an issue.
That's good to hear. Good. Any other further questions? So, Councillor Boniface.
I remember sitting in here with Bill one time last year, and there was a discussion on this schedule, and it moved that the younger kids had priority. I'm trying to find it, but I can't find that day, but you remember that? Yeah,
Yeah.
both of you remember that, yeah.
Yeah, no, it is
So
a
did it get changed back, or what happened?
no, it is a huge challenge in fitting in the minor hockey's requirements, rec hockey's requirements. The junior B, again, they came asking for some earlier ice time during the week for their practices. They've now gone to using some daytime ice practices as well to fit that in. Yeah, so we're working on those things.
Excuse me, I don't doubt that at all. I'm sitting here, oh my goodness, like how do you get that together? But did that priority get changed back, or that, no?
No, we
Okay.
haven't done anything with the
Because
policy.
I thought it was higher than the fifth on the list for the kids.
So under that, under that list that was shown in the presentation, there's also other criteria. And age is, the age of the players is the number one criteria, I think. So,
Is that what's causing it? Is that what's causing the problem, or?
oh,
Yeah, besides the little chart that they show there, there's at least a half a dozen other priorities, age being one. This historical data is where this has come from, so we take those things into consideration. They did mention the new programs that are coming in, which creates a challenge. We got, minor hockey, rec hockey. Now we have ringette. We've got the speed skating club. We've got figure skating. We've also got now like the Christian school coming in and all looking for those ice times. When our scheduler is working with all of the user groups when it comes to the weekend ice. Some of the leagues have different requirements as to when they need to present ice times to the leagues, because the leagues do their scheduling. They give their schedules back to us, and then we try to jerry-rig it all together to make it mesh, right? The concerns of rec hockey with travel, those are no different than minor hockey challenges, and minor hockey has some of those requirements that are imposed on them by the leagues that they play in. Rec hockey has that list of the 8 or 10 communities that they play with. Minor hockey, unfortunately, travel-wise, is just as bad or worse when it comes to teams coming to town. So, yeah, it's a huge challenge. Our rec ice scheduler, I wouldn't want her job for the rest of anything, but, kudos to her trying to make it all work.
Yeah.
But, in the end, we are aware of the requests, and we do meet with the ICE user groups on a regular basis, and we're, hopefully when we meet, shortly after the season, postseason, we get together, how did things go this season, what are your challenges, what do you see for next year? The June 1st timeline for having the schedule for the next year, that will be a little challenging, because some of the groups, they start their registration, but they can't commit the number of teams that they have yet, because they don't know what their final registration numbers are. So usually we don't know that till end of July, mid-August, and some of them are continuing to take registrations up until September. Which, okay, give us your final team numbers and then we can work on the schedule, but they don't have their final team numbers. If you have 6 teams or 8 teams, that makes a huge difference in how many ice slots you need, right? So it's a huge challenge, for all of those groups.
Councilor Boniface?
When I was a kid, we had the outdoor hockey rinks, so that whoever couldn't get the ice time in the arenas, we did the outside rinks. Can't we do that? It makes you tough.
We have the outdoor rink, and then, weather dependent, it was closed down, it's back open again. We don't typically book that, and again, when you look at the other community users, where they want more public skating and shinny times, well, we don't have the time during the week. Even on the weekends, when we talk about a shinny time at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, well, that's once all the schedules are in, we do have some blocks of time that show up, and that's when we slot in our public skating and shinny times on the weekend. And it's random, it goes from week to week. And we post that usually on a Thursday, here's our pop-up skates for the weekend. So again, it's trying to fit those extra ones in there okay, I don't have that 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock on a weekly basis, but we'll try to slot that in. And as they said, usually once the other leagues finalize their schedule, which is not till the end of October, most everybody's done their scheduling. It's a real challenge. So we go back to them and say, hey, we've got some ice open up, and they gobble it up. It's gone. It never takes time to get rid of those blank spots.
Councilor Musgrave?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Ament has addressed a lot of my comments already, but I did want to speak to this. We all recognize the challenges of meeting all the ICE users' requests, but it says in their delegation request form that town administration, the ICE allocation policy will be reviewed this spring. You've addressed that. This is the 3rd delegation in less than a year regarding the ICE user policy. And so I would suggest we need more than a review, no more fiddling around the edges. It may be time for an overhaul. Because the need for ice surface times is growing. And this isn't my department, it's not what I do, but 3 delegations in a year tells me that we're not meeting the needs, and can we do better? So I just wanted to throw those comments in.
Thank you. Councillor Stalker.
Thank you, Mayor Boniface. I want to go back to ask the question about that prime ice time on a Saturday that this group, the minor hockey, probably the other group, the Christian school or whatever, are looking for so people can come here. Right now, is minor hockey, they end up getting that prime ice time and they have it for the whole year? Or do we have a rotational thing where the first week of the month, minor hockey gets second week of the month and rotate through the users? Maybe it's Christian school as well that falls in there and needs that time. In my mind, that seems like the solution that would allow for them to at least meet that obligation for teams attending. So I guess the question I ask right now is minor hockey, once they have that prime time, do they have it for the full year, or is it a rotational aspect?
To answer your question, once the ice schedule is set, yes, that's the schedule, the block that they have for the season. For minor hockey, their league requests X number of slots, and their league schedulers create the schedule, send it back to us. So they've got some requirements that they need to meet for their leagues, and then when they come back, then we do that. But yeah, no, I fully understand, and I think we've tried to work those things out, but it comes back to a little bit of a historical, which was built into the old policy, is here's what we've done historically. Not that, don't agree that a full-scale change, I'm gonna say that you do that, and minor hockey's gonna be the next one sitting at the table with all the same letters and all the same concerns that rec hockey has.
Thank you. Councillor Shippold.
Thank you, Mayor Boniface. So to Councillor Stalker's question, brings up an interesting point, because we always look at 1 week schedules every time it gets posted up here. We look at 1 week. Have you ever looked at a 3-week schedule to try to get more conformity, and a 3-week schedule to try to get some of the other user groups ice time and try to have it more shared or more fair? Because I think what we heard this morning and what we hear from all the ice groups is they show us that 1 week block and, you know, the yellows and the blues and whatever colors. Have you ever looked at doing a 2 or 3 week or even possibly a 4-week block to try to get everybody more fair on a monthly basis or a 3-week basis versus a weekly basis? Because the weekly basis thing, what we heard this morning and we hear from all the user groups, doesn't work. So what could work? And I just ask if versus us looking at 1 week, we can look at 3 weeks or 4 weeks.
Yeah, we've worked on sort of a 2-week rotation where 1 week they'll have Schedule A, week 2, especially when you look at, okay, some of the requirements for minor hockey through Hockey Alberta, their model is 2 practices a week and 2 games a week. Rec hockey is 1 practice a week and 1 or 2 games a week. Yeah, so we do look at that, and we've done that. We're trying to do a 2-week rotation, looking beyond that. Again, they all want what they want, and we're trying our best to accommodate them.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Cahill.
It's really difficult with these leagues, all of them, because over and above minor and Trailblazers and Christian school, there's other leagues that are popping up. And as these groups are growing, I'm sure that Wes is finding the same problems at the arena that I'm finding in the ball fields, that there's just not enough time. And parents want to come at 5:15 instead of 5 because they get done work and they need time. But there's just not enough space. If you start moving that schedule, it grows exponentially. And I do see with these sports organizations, so Rocky Minor Ball starts their season, their CABL league, May 1st. We get the schedule like May 3rd from Baseball Alberta. For from an administration standpoint, having 4 different leagues with 4 different times of delivery of schedules, and they want an answer in June, my heart goes out to you, Wes. It's murder trying to keep it organized. Would you say, and we all know that we're not building the rink tomorrow, but would you say the answer is actually more ice?
If you build it, will we use it?
Built it, they will come.
That's a council question. You know,
Yeah, we're not doing it, right?
and, you know, we talked to them about the opportunities to use, you know, go back to when I was a kid, and maybe some of you have played, we practiced before school. You know, some of them do, the figure skaters, we've got a couple of groups that are coming in from 7 o'clock. At this point, we don't have rec hockey or minor hockey using those 7 o'clock times, but again, as they said, you know, with the participants or players that are coming from the reserves, it's no different from minor hockey to rec hockey. The challenge of coming there and being on the ice for a 4 o'clock practice midweek, they all have the challenges of getting their kids there, getting their coaches who are taking time off of work to come and be there for that 4 o'clock time. You know, the speed skaters, the figure skaters, they're all doing that as well. So the challenges are there. We're going to work with the groups to try to come up with a solution that hopefully they can all live with. It quite likely will see changes. Minor hockey will really see some change because historically they've had those later times, and you know, so now you start mixing matches and yeah, somebody's not going to be happy in the end of the day.
Yeah. Councillor Stalker.
Thank you, Mayor Boniface. Yes, I think we, as a group council here, has given you some insight that doesn't have any answers, and it certainly sounds like you're out in front of this planning process. So it's speaking with all these groups, and then I guess this is a question for Mr. Kraus, like, will this come back to us to approve this change? Because I think we're at a point that if they bring something back, we've got enough information right now to really weigh whether we're at a conclusion.
So Mayor to Councillor Stalker, yes, this will definitely come back to council. It's a council policy. I would suggest that council, pass a motion that administration brings it back to council on the March GPC meeting, which sets a date. And I'm picking March GPC is because, well, one, after today, I'm sure there's other groups that will probably want to present to council for their input. Then in March, council can review the policy, and that gives time for amendments and tuning of the policy before June 1st.
Thank you. Councillor Boniface.
I guess this kind of settles the argument once for all as who's the tougher skaters. The figure skaters coming up that early in the morning, they are the most dedicated, toughest ones of the bunch.
Okay.
Would you like me to make a
Councillor Stalker, would you like to make a motion?
I will make a motion, thank you, Mayor Boniface, that the scheduling associated with ice surfaces be brought back on the, sorry?
March 10th.
Thank you, on the GPC meeting on March 10th for a review of council.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I will call that to a vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Wes. Old business, there is none. New business. First one is 7.1, the waste carts. Mr. Kraus.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll have Mr. LaFrance and Mr. Shanks speak on this issue.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So this was requested by Council for Administration to bring information on the costs of adding a 360-liter waste cart for Garbage disposals, there's a few options for them depending on how many we order, because obviously, most of the companies that sell the bins, they prefer to sell in bulk. So if we bought 100 carts, the cost per cart would be $118.55. If we bought 300 carts, the cost would be $86.11. For context, we do offer a secondary bin if a resident does request a secondary garbage bin for whatever reason, if they're not able to fit all their garbage in there as well. So far, we've only had interest in 5 of those being since the inception of the program. My understanding is most of those were involved in secondary suites, so there's some other rationale for those suites, so that not all of them are related to capacity for those requests. So again, I guess it'll open up to council if they have any questions or comments on. There we go.
Counselor Shipple.
Thank you, Mayor Boniface. So the first time I heard that you could have 2 bins was at a meeting here a couple weeks back. So I didn't realize that was even an option. So possibly communication with the citizens would be a good first step. I agree it doesn't make sense to order the bigger ones in because I just don't think the pickup rate would be that good. The second one, a question I have is, I think it's disproportionate. We charge $28 per the first bin, and then $22 for the second, $28 for all the bins per month,
Yes.
3 bins. And then if you get 1 extra bin, the fee is $22. It seems disproportionate in cost, $22 for 1 bin, $28 for 3. I'm just wondering how that rate was determined, because it just doesn't seem, it seems too high.
So the rate is largely based on the town's cost and per chem. So for example, recycling is being taken up, so again, there's not a cost as part of this through that contract for that bin. And then for the organics waste, the hauling costs are also significantly less for that waste, and it's to encourage that waste stream as well. So that's sort of why that is. The garbage is what costs the town, and that's why that's the cost that's passed on to repairs specifically for the garbage. The other waste streams are not nearly as expensive to contract out or operate.
75%. It just seems, it just doesn't seem, I hear you. I just question whether in fact it's that big of a cost difference. I think, first we got to advertise that people know that that's an option for those who are looking for more. And then secondly, we need to make sure it's a fair cost for the second pickup. $22, I'm not sure. If you say it's what it is, then I guess that's what it is. I don't know.
Well, butt in here now. So part of the program that was started in 2020 was to get the residents to recycle more. The majority of the residents of Rocky are doing that and doing a very good job of that. To add that second cart, it does come at a cost. And the second cart, $22, it's kind of almost like a penalty, but not a penalty. Buy into the program, use the recycling bin that you were given, because almost everything in your black cart can be recycled. These people are filling up their carts right now. If they're filling and they're overflowing, they're not doing their part. If everybody else is doing it and not having an issue, and we have 5 people or 5 residents that are, that tells me there's room for improvement.
And I know our contract with Empringham, that does roughly reflect the breakup of costs for their hauling services to us. Garbage is by far, and a large part of that is the green recycling by volume is also a lot less, so our contract does reflect it with Empringham, right? So garbage is the primary cost to the town for operating that utilities, and that's why the majority of the cost shows up under the garbage stream and the waste fees for that second bin. I mean, if you look around town and around winter, there's very few full green bins, so Empringham's costs for the green bins are significantly less, so that's how that contract is also structured. And again, the recycling, the materials accepted in the recycling program have also changed significantly. Like anecdotally, I remember when this first rolled out in Red Deer or other municipalities, you could only recycle plastics 1 and 5 and 7. And you had to wash everything, and they all had to be, very diligent about what goes on there. Currently, and again, please Laura, correct me if I'm incorrect on any of these, we accept all types of plastic except for the film type plastics. Right, so that means you don't have to look at the bottom of your yogurt container to see if it's a class 5. It just can go in the bin. Same for a lot of the cardboards and other materials. There's dedicated waste streams for these things, and the number of materials that can be accepted by those blue bins has significantly increased, and we're working on communications further emphasizing that. And also overall, all of Alberta, the program's looking to be more consistent for all of Albertans for what can go into recycling. So you're gonna see a whole lot more knowledge, and, there's gonna be less ambiguity. Does this go in or this doesn't go in? And just, again, you can put it in the blue bin. It's, it's not dirty garbage. It doesn't smell, because most of the food should be in your green bin. So again, we're seeing less need for the very expensive garbage, and it's very expensive for the town, because again, we have to pay for it to be hauled and stored and everything else, whereas recycling is being taken up by another organization. And ultimately, that's gonna be the producers of those products who are paying, is the idea behind that program province-wide, right? So garbage is where most of the cost is. So if we can encourage or lower the costs that we spend on it, we can pass that on to residents. Whereas if people are throwing a lot in the garbage and we're having to pay a lot of that, the ratepayers, how that's allocated is up to council.
Councillor Shipple, need some more?
Thanks, Mayor Boniface. I hear you, and I think the recycle program is good. I think we've done a phenomenal job with that. We're never gonna get 100%, and we as a town don't do 100% because we don't do commercial, we don't do a whole bunch of stuff. So when I look at that, I go like, yeah, we do a good job. Now, what I heard is it's a penalty. And I don't think it should be a penalty, it should be a real cost. So I just want to be clear on that $22. Is it that high because we're penalizing somebody, or is that the real cost? And how do we determine that real cost? Because I don't think we should be penalizing people. I mean, we don't do the best job as a municipality in terms of, we do the residences and that's where it stops. So I just questioned that word penalty and $22, because I don't think that's the game we're in.
Okay, so bad choice of words, but I also said not a penalty, right? So there's the tipping fees for the weight and the hauling and storage of these containers. Like it doesn't come for free. Buy into the program works very well. But if they don't buy into the program, they need that extra bin. And we don't have a lot of extra bins out there at the residents right now because they're buying into the program.
And I don't want to tell council that it's a one-for-one garbage with the contract and that $22. I know overall the program is designed to balance at zero at the end, and I'm fairly certain garbage is most of it, but I'm not going to sit up and swear that it's one-to-one or that it's exact, because I didn't bring that right in front of me. But I think it's fairly proportional. And again, it's not a penalty, it's just we're not subsidizing garbage at the expense of the other programs. There's not a penalty clause, or it's not artificially inflated as a penalty. It's just not subsidizing garbage from the other streams, or subsidizing people putting more in their garbage.
Councillor Stalker.
Thank you, Mayor Boniface. I really want to thank you for how thorough this is, because when I looked at the cost of getting these bins, being the $3,000 freight and then $3,800 freight, I went, oh! But beyond that, your document did say the tipping fee is 11 out of that 22 for
Yeah.
a larger one. So I think you're probably on target. I guess I don't support the idea of bringing these in at all, because the initial upfront cost, the storage cost, what really changed my mind that it might be some viability here is there's only 5 people that ask for extra bins. And on top of that, we have the $3 charge down there. So they can take, if they have some garbage, they're a town resident, so they're going to go down. So I just don't think this is a non-starter for me. The overhead of $8,455, the storage. But I really thank you for all the numbers, because certainly made it an easy decision for me to not support going forward purchasing those.
Thank you. Counselor Boniface?
Thank you, Mayor. What I liked about what you were saying too about the extra bins, there's extenuating circumstances like that, there's another suite in there and things like that. So we want them to make suites and we want them to double up right now because we haven't got the housing. So I like what you guys are doing.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, well, thank you very much. I'm with Counselor Shippold. I didn't realize you could have a second bin until a few weeks ago there. So maybe that's the thing to do, is just get the word out about that. And I don't think it's worth buying a whole lot of these bins for the 5 people we have now, but that's just my thoughts. Thank you very much for your presentation, John. Appreciate it.
So make the motion.
Counselor Shippold, please.
Okay, I also make the motion that we accept this as information and understand I don't know if it needs to be 2 motions, but number 1, accept this and then add to our communications that second bins are available if need be.
Is that okay in one motion? Okay, the motion's on the table. All in favor? That is passed. Thank you very much. The next one is the 7.2, which is the North Saskatchewan River Park improvement requests. Thank you, Wes.
Good morning again. So I'm before you today with a little bit of an update with regard to the NSRP improvement requests that were presented to council on December the 16th by the Chuck Wagon Association. So at that time, they provided a list of recommendations that would address some of their needs for their Chuck Wagon events in the future. So I've taken in my report here some of the items that the Chuck Wagons presented, dealing with power and internet requests. They're looking for internet for their ticket booths, for the sale of electronic tickets, internet to the ticket booth. Will also allow them the ability to use credit card and debit cards for their ticket sales. They're also looking for internet in the skyboxes and the announcer's booth. Our response to that was in 2025, the town, we worked with the county to extend fiber into the NSRP. Right now that fiber was run to the northeast corner of the rental hall, known as Cheap Charlie's or the Broken Spoke, depending on which group has got the facility booked. We refer to it as the rental hall. So we looked into what would be required to extend internet service in the area. We met with the local contractors that, between switches and routers and those types of things. We're estimating that's about $9,500 to see that come to fruition. There's currently no power to the ticket booth, so that's something else. We're also looking at, the possibility of trenching in power to the ticket booth and extending, a possibility of extending fiber to the base of the grandstand. So we don't have a cost at this time yet of what that would cost to run that extra power. We're also looking into the cost of Wi-Fi packages. We realize, we've got fiber there. We don't need Wi-Fi 12 months of the year. We need it for a 4-month block of time. So we're looking at a couple potential Wi-Fi providers. And then, once we have that cost, how do we pass that cost on to the user of the facilities that are requiring the use of Wi-Fi? So still in the works on that. Their other request was for lighting underneath the bleachers. For various reasons they've highlighted. Administration, we'd already planned for that in our operating budgets for this year, and we estimate that's, in the range of $1,000 to have that work done, but we've got that factored into our operating budget for this year. The next, they talked about improvements to the rental hall, the Broken Spoke, in order to get heat into that space. So we've met with the Fire Safety Codes officer. They've done their inspections, and currently the way the building is classified, their response to us is no propane heaters are permitted within that building in order to make that building upgraded to point where how we can bring in power. That's a larger discussion because it could involve, drywalling the ceilings, the walls, or those types of things. So it's a fire code issue right now. We're certainly willing to look at that, but unfortunately for now, we can't permit the heat in there. I mean, at one time, I guess before the town took over operations, they had the big fire pit in there.
Yes, I remember.
And that's gone.
Yeah.
That was, again, didn't meet fire code, but then the town wasn't operating the facility at that time. They asked also for more picnic tables and those options. So we've priced out some options for whether they want sort of a picnic table style or other tables. That can be done $5,000 to $6,000 depending on the types of tables and how many they're needed. The one thing that we need to point out is for every table they bring in there, they lose space when it comes to total occupancy load. So having those discussions. Current practice is, I think, the picnic tables that are there are actually owned by the Chuck Wagon Association. They leave them there. Any group using the facility are welcome to use them. Groups that rent the facility for weddings or other things, if they want additional tables, there's several sources where they go rent the number of tables that do. We don't, and that seems to be working well. It puts it back on the user. Do you need more tables? Do you not? Depends on what the use they got planned for the rental hall. And then we don't have to worry about where we're gonna store them when people don't have them. We don't have a lot of exterior storage at this point. So, some of the other things that the Chuck Wagon Association mentioned with regard to the racetrack itself, the vision for the future, those are all things that we will be discussing as we move forward. We do actually have a user group meeting planned for this Thursday evening with all the users, the Chuck Wagons, the Rodeo Association, the Lions Club that does a demo derby, to talk about those types of things. And we'll continue to have those conversations so that we can put something forward perhaps for the future vision and other larger items for budget perhaps for next year. I do have in the capital budget for 2027 a placeholder to do a long-term plan for the NSRP. So those are in the works, but again, yeah, we'll have those discussions with our user groups and move forward. We really do have to commend the work that the county and our administrative staff did in bringing fiber in and getting it set up. The county was a terrific help getting the Wi-Fi and power needed for the Chucks to live stream their event this last year. And without the partnership with the county on that wouldn't have happened. So we've got a couple of options for council with regard to where do you want us to go with this? Do we look at creating a separate capital item to be brought back for council to review for adding a new capital project for this year? Reach out to the county to see if they would be willing to cost share on a new capital project, or do we stay status quo for now? But I'll leave that up to council if you have any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Stalker?
Thank you, Mayor Boniface. I had a question, I have absolutely no knowledge about fiber compared to Skylink and what they're looking for. So they were able to broadcast from where they're at. And I think it's Skylink, is that the correct term? Starry?
You're thinking Skynet.
Oh, Starlink. Yeah, see, I told you I had no knowledge of this, but did you look at that possibility that we already have the fiber there delivering the product, a large amount of information going out, where just punching in for selling passes to enter the premise. And then also I wondered if that Starlink isn't available or isn't able to have the capacity to do that, if changing the entry so that we don't have to plumb fiber for 9,500, I guess. Changing where you enter the facility where there's already fiber so that you have it there. I'm wondering if any of those considerations were put.
Two separate things. Fiber is one way of bringing internet service into a facility. Starlink is totally outside the scope of what fiber can do. Now, working with the fiber, we're able to tie in with the county's fiber program. They, help run that into the facility. Now it's just a matter, we've got the terminals there. We, set up the links, and then we would broadcast the internet from different locations within the NSRP. So, again, the cost of doing Starlink to that would have been cost prohibitive in the end to do that for each different event. In the past, the organizations that are there, they're doing it cash. They're doing different ways. They would set up an ATM machine that people would, we're not accepting, digital payments. So, with the fiber there now, it's just a matter of how do we get that to broadcast to the various locations that they're looking for. It's possible to do it. Yeah, it comes at a cost, but once it's there, then it's available for any of the users. And then we set up an account with, it could be Missing Link, it could be the various other internet providers to say, okay, what kind of a plan can you come up with, which would be, probably similar or certainly more beneficial to the user groups than going with Starlink.
The tables that we use, I was actually kind of shocked by those prices, but for that table. Is there something special about this table that makes it
I
400?
basically took those prices off of one of the providers. We certainly could probably get better pricing, but I
Okay,
looked
so
on.
it was just we need
Yeah.
a price, so I looked it up
Yeah.
and, perfect, that's all I need to know. Counselor Boniface.
Back to kind of Kevin's, thank you, Mayor. Back to Kevin's question, and I don't know the answer to this either, but with my understanding, so with the fiber optics in there, can we hook, does that radiate Wi-Fi so that you don't have to have a physical link? Like I can hook into the Wi-Fi here.
Fiber
Is that the same?
fiber comes into a junction box.
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
Now, getting from where that comes in to the various locations requires the
A
use
physical?
of, use of switches and,
Okay. So it's
routers and
not
those
just-
types of things.
Can
Yeah.
it go off a cell service or anything? No. Okay.
Any further, I'm sorry, Counselor Sinclair.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so Starlink is not a reliable source for live streaming I don't believe that Starlink would be a viable source if they're going to be doing live streaming. Fiber is a much more reliable and robust service for those kind of things that are being requested. I do think that a little bit of, I'm going to say it's probably padded for safety for that
For the
estimate.
contingency in all
Yes,
my budgets.
because I'm just like, I was like, that's quite the IT system if we're putting almost 10 grand worth of equipment out there. I feel that the initial request of the, I guess, the priority level, I think that the rodeo grounds or the North Saskatchewan River Park is such a special place for us to have. I think it's a great facility. I think we need to continue the growth of it. It's something that I want to see grow into bigger than just rodeos and chuck wagons. I'd like to see concerts and stuff down there one day. So if we can kind of piece together fragments of improvement every year, I think that would be a great thing to continue. I don't think their requests are too extreme. Is there natural gas down there at all? No? Okay, because I was just like, heat would be nice down there sometimes. I guess I'm in favor of supporting a lot of these initiatives, so I'm hoping that we can make something positive come from it.
Do you want second, Counselor Stalker?
Thank you, Mayor Boniface. The 9,500, I guess this is a question for administration, that would be taken up with the county so only half of that cost would be,
That's correct. So if council wants to proceed with an additional capital project down there, we'd have a discussion with Clearwater County for cost sharing on that.
and then I didn't comment when it was up earlier on picnic tables. The heating inside is a fire code, so we won't be proceeding with that. The picnic tables, I think you've given us the right level of information that there is availability for rent, that if we put more down there, there's more work for our staff to distribute them, pick them up and do that. I think we can, and from my perspective, we can leave the picnic tables and not put more in and spend that $5,000 to $6,000. As I was where you were when I saw the price at $470, the first thing I did was went on Amazon to see what the quality wasn't there. So you need some level of quality, but the rental to try and maximize, we need this many for the real large group, we can let them rent that and not have that overhead. So I think the only one out of this proposal that I'm interested in supporting would be the Skylink. You've answered the questions, or no, sorry, not Skylink, but the fiber, making that go where we need it to go.
Anything further?
Nothing, thank you.
Councillor Kane.
You're gonna have a conversation, Wes, with the user groups,
Yeah, it's
And-
scheduled for Thursday evening here.
which is right away.
Yeah.
Mr. Tallman, when he was here, indicated that they had some funds that they were interested in allocating. You've created budgets for what some of the asks are. Is it worth having that meeting with
Absolutely.
the groups? See what they are willing to contribute, and then from that, we could make some of these decisions or even requests to the Clearwater County.
Yes, absolutely, to speak to that. That was my intent of having the user group meeting right away, is that, okay, what do you need? Here's sort of what we've discussed at this level. Come back. Is there a cost share opportunity between the user groups, between the county, between the town? Put together a capital project, bring that back for review and approval, a little bit more detail than what my report is today.
Councillor, I'm sorry, Councillor Kalen, do you have more?
Yeah, sorry, I apologize. Because, yeah, Mr. Tallman did indicate that they would like to be interested, they would be interested in being involved in this process. That meeting on Thursday, what time is it at?
4 p.m.
4 p.m.? Thank you so much.
Location?
It's in the Rotary Room. It's in the Rotary Room at the Recreation Center.
Okay. Councillor Musker.
Thank you, Mayor. I think what administration has spoke to and the interests that council has are captured in the recommended action, so I'd like to make the motion. Be it resolved, the council instruct administration to meet with the NRSP user groups to determine what can be done to meet the immediate needs of the groups and create a new 2026 capital project that can be brought back to council for approval.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I will call that to a vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Just got it up on the screen again for you.
I'll do it.
Councillor Boniface.
Be it resolved that council instruct administration to approach Clearwater County about cost sharing in a capital project to meet the results of the NSRP user groups in 2026.
Good. Any discussion? All in favor? And that is carried. The next one on our list is the 7.3, the rescind of the ambassador program policy.
Morning, Mayor, Council. Just before Council today in regards to the Ambassador Program Policy 004/2024. At the 2025 service level meeting, Council gave direction to administration to rescind this policy. Unfortunately, administration was unable to recruit ambassadors over the last 18 months since 2024. So I'm just before Council today just to rescind this policy.
Okay. Counselor Shipple.
Thank you, Mayor Boniface. I brought that idea forward back in the day. Didn't get any traction, so I'd be happy to make the motion that it let it be resolved the council rescind the ambassador program policy 004/2024. Thank you for doing the best you could do. Unfortunately, it didn't go anywhere.
Thank you very much. Is there any discussion on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I will call that to a vote. All in favor, and that is carried. Thank you. Next is 7.4, tax recovery public auction. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So we have one piece of property that needs to go up for public auction, and it's property number roll 309250. It's basically that empty lot in Creekside that the house burnt down, so it's an empty lot. But it needs to be listed for sale, so we're requesting that council approve this. We have everything organized so that the property would be advertised, and we would have the sale, the earliest would be on March 27th, 2026. Just a comment, if property owners can always negate a sale once we've started proceedings, either by coming in and paying down the property taxes so that they're not 2 years in arrears. And then we would cancel the sale. Is there any questions on this?
Councillor Musker.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Quinlan. The reserve bid on this lot is $88,000, and I'm sure there's some kind of formula or recommendation for that. The lot before it got set up for this, when it was for sale, was for less than that, and it didn't sell. So what happens to this? This is a reserve bid. I don't know, I'm anticipating nobody's gonna pay this if they weren't willing to pay the lower price before. So what happens then?
Okay, the way the reserve bid is calculated is based on the appraised value, so what's in our system. If it doesn't sell, we have several options. We can just let it sit. The town can determine that they want to take over the property, which is something we did with another piece of land. So we can buy it out. If we buy it out, then what we do is we pay off any portion that the town is owed, so any outstanding taxes or costs would be paid off. And the remaining funds, if we don't know who the owner is, would be put into the remaining funds would either go to the property owner, or if we don't know who they are, they're put into an account and held for 10 years and then after 10 years, then it's. And as far as it not selling, I mean, that's just how we basically structure it. If somebody came in with a bid under that, I'm not sure what we'd do, if we would go back to council, or if, we could come back to council and request, adjustment or acceptance of the offer.
Okay, thank you. That does answer my question. Thanks.
Councillor Stalker.
Thank you, Mayor Boniface. The owners of this property, I take it this process requires us to notify them that their land is going up for auction?
Yes, they would be aware of it.
I don't know if this is an appropriate question. Were we successful in notifying those folks?
I can't say specifically, but I'm pretty sure that our property tax clerk has advised them and that they're aware of.
Excellent.
That we need to proceed.
Thank you for that.
And quite often, if there is amounts outstanding, once the tax sale is sort of approved and triggered, quite often properties don't ever get to the sale point because people will come in and pay to get it down so that it's not in arrears.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Then could I have a motion, please? Councillor Kaelin.
Be it resolved that the council approve the property tax auction and direct administration to proceed with advertising and holding a tax auction on March 27th, 2026 for the property identified as roll number 309250 20000.
Zero.
Zero.
One moment, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. If I could just ask council to put in the reserve amount into the motion with a reserve bid of 88,000, so it's,
Would you like to add that, Councillor Kaler?
With a reserve bid of 88,000.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. We don't have a whole lot left here before, if everybody's okay, I'll just finish up before closed session, and then we'll call a break, if that's all right with everyone. Okay. Then our next is correspondence for action, please. It's a Senior Housing Council letter. Mr. Crowe.
yeah, thank you, Mayor. So actually, Councillor Boniface probably can speak better to this than me, but this is a request for a letter of support for them to host a Seniors Week launch event with the Ministry of Assisted Living and Social Services.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. Someone like to make the motion to accept it, please? Councillor Boniface.
Oh, I lost it. Sorry. Where's the motion? Oh, there isn't one, okay. I'd like to make a motion that we accept this for information, is that?
That the town writes a letter of support for
Oh, that the town will write a letter of support for the 2026 Seniors Week launch event.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, I will call that to a vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Councillor Boniface, did you have any further
Oh.
remarks? Okay. Next one is 8.2, the human infrastructure email. Any discussion on this, please? Councillor Stalker.
Thank you, Mayor Bonfist. I just had a question if this was an unsolicited opportunity for, I'm not sure how to word this, in the sense when I read it, I went, well, the value for us as council, and I wondered if administration is aware of this course and has any opinion on it, or it was just an unsolicited, hey, we're putting this on.
No, it was I guess unsolicited. It's it's supported by Alberta Munis. That's why it's coming forward for council. If council wants consideration of attending this. Just a note of interest. The consultant is Tyler Gandam, who used to be the president of Alberta Munis and the mayor of Wetaskiwin.
I did notice, I went on and because there was no price attached to this, to attend this, and I went on and it was $275 for the seminar, or whatever way we want to word that, just for our reference point on this.
Then Councillor Shipple.
Thank you, Mayor Boniface. I read through it as well. I debated if it was a worthy thing or not. Okay? So I know Tyler Gandam from my previous life here. He's a go-getter, and I'm sure he had put together something. And looking at who he has speaking, net, I really felt that it probably would be worth somebody going there. It covers a lot of topics that I think are issues within municipalities. So it's in Leduc. It's not at a $400 a night hotel. I think realistically, it's maybe something that some of us should go and attend. So.
Councillor Stalker, would you have interest in going to this?
I don't know that I would be, the value would be there for me to go, just from a background. I think, they're talking about the mental health mandates and things like that. I don't know if there's others that feel they have a little bit more insight that would help understand this.
Councillor Caitlin.
I think with some of the things that are going on in this symposium, I think I'd be interested in going to Leduc for the February 19th.
Oh, that'd be great. Counselor Boniface.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree, like, I was quite interested in it, but I'm very happy that Trevor's going, because I'm unable to attend at that time, so, no, this is good.
Okay. Someone like to make a motion then? Counselor Shipple.
I'm not going to make a motion, but I would attend as well.
Okay.
Just, I think there could be take-home value out of this, so.
Good. Anyone else? So if someone would like to make the motion for this, please. Counselor Stalker?
I'd like to make a motion that Council Shipple can attend the symposium put on Thursday, February 19th, the Human Infrastructure in Leduc.
And you did put Counselor Kalen in there?
Yes, I did,
Okay,
Kalen,
okay.
yes.
Okay, thank you. All in favor of the motion on the table? Thank you, that is carried. Our next is the 8.3 Alberta Muni Spring Municipal Leaders Caucus. Mr. Kraus.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So this is the annual leadership caucus put on by Alberta Munis, which typically the town attends. I will be attending this event, but it's a good opportunity to catch up on what Alberta Munis is doing with all of the resolutions that were put forward at the fall convention, and plus also the Premier will be there speaking, the Minister of Municipal Affairs will be there, and I believe Mr. Nenchi will also be there. So it's a good opportunity for council to stay abreast of what's going on with municipalities in the province and networking. So.
Thank you. I think it would be valuable for us all to attend again. Counselor Stalker.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Anybody have any comments? Then could I have a motion, please? Counselor Musker.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make that motion. I move that any councillor that wants to attend the Alberta Municipalities Municipal Leaders Caucus is free to do so and make arrangements with administration.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, I call that to a vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Next is 9, all the correspondence for information. Could I have a motion to accept for information purposes, please? Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Mayor. I will make a motion to accept the correspondence for information from 9.1 to 9.8 as information.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Next is our action list, 10.1. Mr. Kraus.
Thank you, Mayor. So we're just going through the open items. So the travel and expense policy, that is complete. Council ratified that last council meeting. The next two are regarding the breathing apparatus capital project for the fire department. That is on the February 2nd ICC agenda for discussion with the county. I've had meetings with the fire chief and Mr. Emmons on that, and I can update council on those meetings through the CAO dialogue. The next one is the Councillor Stalker's notice of motion on service level, which was rescheduled to February 2nd, or 3rd, sorry. So we are on target for that. The bring back report on the truck wagon associations, which is done today. CAO performance evaluation, that's ongoing, and Ms. Quinlan is talking to council today on that. Friends of the Rocky Medical Society, that request has gone out. I don't think we've established, or we confirmed a date yet. 29th of January. So an invite will be going out to council for that meeting. And then the last open one is the Rocky Public Library, in a discussion with the county on making an intermunicipal library board, and that is going to be on the February second ICC agenda for discussion.
Great. Thank you. Are there any questions concerning the action list? So, Councillor Shipbolt.
Thank you, Mayor Bonifaz. Also move the action list to accept that as information.
Thank you. Seeing no discussion, I will call it to a vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Is there any administration inquiries? Councillor Shipbolt.
I'm not sure if it's an administrative inquiry or a notice of motion, so I'm hoping for administration's input. I'd like to add to the ICC meeting economic development and where it's at. I'm just concerned about some of the things that are going on in the county. I just want to know how we mesh the two together. It should be an ICC topic. I am not sure how we get that on the ICC agenda.
Just by a resolution of council, that council add economic development to the next ICC meeting. A notice of motion would take us out past the ICC meeting, so it's not really a, I guess, kind of an imminent inquiry, but that's how you could pass a motion right now if council so wished.
Thank you. Mayor Bonifaz, if you'd allow me, I'd like to make a motion that we add to the ICC agenda economic development.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, I will call that to a vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That's our notice of motion. Before we go into closed session, I'd like to call a 20-minute break, please. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you and welcome back. Just like to take a quick moment here to wish Councillor Shipbolt happy birthday and say thank you so very, very much for all you've done all your life for our community. It's greatly appreciated, and I don't know if everybody in our community knows how much you actually do. So thank you, sir, for everything.
Thank you, Mayor Boniface. That's very kind. Appreciate that.
Okay, we need a motion to go into closed session, please. Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Mayor. I will make the motion to go into closed session.
Thank you. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you. We are back out of closed session. We do have two motions to come out of closed session. Councilor Musker?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we accept agenda item 13.2, a CAO evaluation for information.
Thank you. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Councilor Cahill.
And then I make a motion to accept CAO dialogue as information.
All in favor? And that is carried. And just so that everyone is aware, Councilor Shippold had an important engagement prior and did leave in the middle of closed session. Thank you very much, everyone. See you next time.